So, I think good morning, everyone. So, welcome to the oral section hall 3, Behavioral Epidemiology and Health Service Research 1. So, we have like 6 speakers. So, from Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, and from Thailand. So, I gonna be the chair of the section and also the first presenter. I guess everyone, the sound system is fine, right? So if there is no comments, I will start my presentation first. Yeah, thank you, Michael. So let me start with I'm very happy to share my study today. So I am Tammy or Duongporn from the University of Hong Kong. So the topic today is a parental concern about the COVID-19 transmission in the school-based dental outreach. So we have the team here. I'm Tammy, and we have Miss Ju, Miss Chen, Miss Gao, and Professor Loh and Professor Ju. Let me move. So to be honest, are you scared or are you worried about the COVID-19 transmission, especially if you need to take off your mask? And how about parents? Are you worried about their kids to catch up the virus in the school? So COVID-19 is a global pandemic. So I checked yesterday. So we have more than 260 million confirmed cases and more than 5.2 million confirmed deaths. So in Hong Kong is actually a highly dense city, having around like 7.5 million residents in a small area. So far, we have around like 12,000 cases and more than 200 reporting deaths. So definitely concerns have been brought to the public, especially the medical and dental visit due to the transmission route of the coronavirus, which is mainly through the direct and indirect droplet, such as saliva. So the WHO suggests to adopt a risk assessment approach and recommend aerosol generating procedures should be minimized. So in Hong Kong, the Department of Health strongly recommend that using the guideline of infection control and recommend the minimally invasive intervention and non-aerosol generating procedures should be recommended whenever possible. So we know like early childhood care is affecting more than 500 million children worldwide. So in Hong Kong, it's the same. Half of the children of 5 years old children suffer from ECC, and 90% of this cavity were untreated. So during the pandemic, routine dental services have been postponed or disruption. So silver diamine fluoride is now recommended in the pandemic because it was non-aerosol generating procedures and possible reduce the possibility of unintentional disease transmission and increase the dental care access and relieve patient pain and potential infection. However, even though like it is approved or proven as effective, but how do we know like the outreach service using SDF is really can be accepted or can be implemented? So the aim of the study is to investigate the parental concern and the enrollment of the kindergarten children in the outreach program using the SDF for caries control in the pandemic in Hong Kong, and to identify the potential factors associated with the parental concern when participating in the program. So the study was conducted in 2020 in the pandemic. So consecutive pumping was adopted. So inclusion criteria is a healthy 3 to 5 years old children, and exclusion criteria is severe children who have a severe systemic illness. So the sample size calculation based on, we don't know what is a parent concern or not. So we adopt the 50% as a worst case scenario, and the design precision was set at 4% and confidence interval was set at 95%. So from this estimation, we need around like 600 children in the study. And we expect around a 70% response rate. So at least we need around like 800, more than 850 invited to join the study. So the study have like two parts. One is a questionnaire, self-completed parenthood questionnaire talking about demographic background and decision to join, examination and SDF, and also parenthood concern about infectious diseases and COVID transmission. So the clinical exam, so we recorded the carry experiences and the consequence of untreated carries, and we did the application SDF, and we adopt the standard precaution measure following the WHO guideline. So data analysis, we adopt the chi-square test to see the investigation or to see the association between the variables, and the level of statistical significance was set at 0.05. So what is the result? So 1,003 preschool children were invited, and more than 90% returned the questionnaire. And after the checking the questionnaire, about 789 completed questionnaire were analyzed. And from here, we found that more than around 94% of parents gave consent for dental examination, and also 87% of them gave consent for SDF treatment if needed. So demographic background, we found that around like half or a little bit higher than half, 56% were boys, and the mean age of children, because we recruited 3, 4, 5, the mean age is around like 4.5 years. And oral health status who joined the exam in Hong Kong was around like 90, the carries preference is 39%. And the mean DMFT is around 1.7. And from these children who received the examination, around 3% developed the consequences of untreated caries. And from our observation, no COVID transmission related to the dental outreach was observed during the study. So we talk about the parental concern. So the table shows the percentage of parental concern about infectious disease. So around 789 respondents, 74% have concern, yes, they have concern about the infectious disease. And this is, they can select more than one option. And the majority have concern about the COVID-19, around 2/3 or 69%. So when we do like a bivariate analysis, what we found that gender and age are not significant to the parental concern, whether they are male or female, or whether they are a younger age, like 3 or 5, there are no difference. So the differences is the consent for the exam and consent for the SDF. For those who have high concern, they have higher chance to say no to the program, and also following the exam and SDF, which is highly significant. Regarding the parental concern of COVID and whether there are the oral health status, whether they have carrier experiences or they have like consequences of the buffer, we found that there was no statistical significance. So let's see the discussion. So what we found, we found a significant association between the concern about the COVID-19 transmission and the program enrollment. Nevertheless, despite the concern, the majority of parents in Hong Kong accepted dental checkup and SDF treatment, which is around more than 80 or 90%. So what we It may be that the parents feel perceived benefit of this program may outweigh the potential risk of COVID-19 transmission. So I think we need to live with the new normal. And what I would like to emphasize that no transmission of COVID-19 in the dental setting, in the outreach, and also in Hong Kong during 2 years pandemic. So the present result would be useful for reformulating the messages regarding the resumption of community-based dental services. So when the pandemic is under control, especially in the disadvantaged community where the disease prevalence is high or remain the same or is not lower. So the conclusion, so most of the parents have concern about the COVID-19 in their outreach services in Hong Kong using SCF as a carry control. Nevertheless, the enrollment in the program using silver diamine fluoride for caries control remains high. So thank you for, I would acknowledge the assistance and the support of the Jockey Club Children Oral Health Project, teacher and children. And I declare I have no conflict of interest. So thank you very much. So I think I will welcome all the, so we have around 3-4 minutes for the Q&A. So I think you can type the questions or the speaker here, 6 speaker here, you can simply ask the questions.
Good morning. Well,
good morning.
Congratulations. Morning. How can I pronounce your name? Duong Porn, is that right?
Duong Porn. Yes, you can call me Tammy. I can.
Tammy. Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. I'm curious about, because in the introduction you mentioned that the border of dental caries in Hong Kong is not different than the worldwide, but actually in your sample, 61% of the children are caries free. This is the reality in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Yes. So in Hong Kong, the figure that we presented, 50% is actually 5 years old children. So we talk about like the preference is around 50%, but in this sampling, it's actually we start from K1. So we involve like 3 years old and then 4 years old and 5 years old. So that's why the carry was around like 40% instead of 50%. I would say the sample of the population, there are, I mean, it's a similar or it's a usual kindergarten children in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think like, I mean, the main point of these studies, so I just would like to reformulate like, of course, we are scared about the COVID transmission, but I would say like over the year or 2 years, so we have done so far, I mean, the strict infection control measure. And during the adoption of this measure, I would say people who are poor or they still need the treatment. So if the COVID is in the subside or under control, I would say like please still provide the community dental care. Yeah, it is still necessary to, even though like the COVID is still there, but we adopt the standard precaution measure. Yeah, I think it's the time that we can move to the new speaker. So Professor Marco Perez, right? And so may I introduce you? So the next study is The title is a half-century trend and age period cohort effect of oropharyngeal cancer in Singapore. So, which is the speaker is Professor Marco Perez. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, very
good.
clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So on behalf of my co-authors, I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to present my papers, half-century trend and age period cohort effect of HPV-related oropharyngeal cancer in Singapore. Well, let's start. Well, you know that the well-known major risk factors for oropharyngeal cancer are smoke and alcohol consumption. But since 2007, the International Agency for Research on Cancer recognized the HPV, human papillomavirus, as a carcinogen for head and neck anatomic subsites. It has been estimated that a sixth of all cancers can be attributed to infections, and 9% of these are caused by four main oncogenic agents, such as Helicobacter pylori, HPV, hepatitis B virus, and hepatitis C virus. Globally, more than 4% of all types of cancer, including approximately 2% in high-income countries and nearly 8% in low-income countries, are attributable to HPV. HPV accounts for more than 9% of anal and cervical cancers, nearly 70% of oropharyngeal cancer, 70% of vaginal and vulval cancer, and more than 6% for penile cancer. Neoplasms, or cancer of oral cavity and pharynx, are the seventh most frequent cancer worldwide, with more than 700,000 incident cases by year. As you can see here in this paper by Oral Oncology, systematic review recently published of population-based studies show an increase in the incidence of HPV-related head and neck subsite cancer, regardless of gender. An overall increase in the incidence of HPV-related head and neck cancers has been detected among the youngest cohorts in Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, Canada, and the US, while a decline and or stabilization or HPV unrelated subsites has also been found. So given the situation, interested in investigating Singapore. As you know, Singapore is a multicultural and multi-ethnic country composed by Chinese, Malays, and Indians, and other groups, particularly Euro-Asians. It's nearly 6 million people located in a region, Southeast Asia, with high incidence and mortality rates of oropharyngeal cancer. The country has experienced remarkable changes in its demographic and economic in the last decades, becoming one of the rapid aging and wealthiest country globally. Altogether, these changes may have impacted behavioral risk-related factors for oropharyngeal cancer over time, particularly related to HPV. However, no comprehensive evaluation of incidence patterns that combined the role of age, period, and cohort effects on these cancers incidence has been performed in the country. Therefore, the aim of this study was to examine and interpret the temporal trends and age period cohort effects on oropharyngeal cancer incidence in Singapore in the last half century, which means since 1968, between 1968 and 2017, by HPV status using trend analysis and age period cohort analysis. As oropharyngeal cancer is influenced by age and gender, we examine these trends stratified for age and gender and also for ethnicity. Ethnicity here can be a marker of exposure to risk factors determined by the country of birth, religion, and other ethnic related factors. Thus, we examine trends and net age, period, and cohort effects on oropharyngeal cancer incidence in Singapore over a half century. So to do that, we use the Singapore Cancer Registry Singapore Cancer Register has collected data on all cancer provided by healthcare professionals in the country since 1968. We extracted all oropharyngeal cancer incidence diagnosed between 1968 and 2007 in Singapore by HPV status from the Singapore National Registry of Disease Office. The Singapore Cancer Registry adopted International Classification for Disease version 9 between 1968 and 1992, and International Classification for Oncology for those diagnosed from 1993 onwards. International Classification Disease Oncology is a dual classification with coding system for both topography and morphology of tumors. As you can see here, we divided those HPV oropharyngeal cancer and HPV unrelated oropharyngeal cancer, excluding salivary glands, and adopting the classification using that systematic review that I mentioned some time ago. So the number of Singapore residents for 1968 to 2017 was obtained electronically from the Department of Statistics. Population size was extracted by age, ethnicity, and gender groups. So the population size were estimated by assuming a constant annual percentage change during the period of the study. Those groups with missing data and was regrouped to 5 years age and 5 years period group. Age-specific incidence rate per 100,000 person years by HPV status for each 5-year period were calculated for each group by gender and ethnicity. We calculate also age standardized incidence rates as the sum of weighted age-specific incidence rates using the direct method on the Sedgwick-Doll World Standards population. Price-Wheaton regression will carry out to calculate the trends of age standardized incidence in males and females and among all age groups between 25 and 84, given the low incidence below 25 and above 85. Average annual percentage change were reported. Time trend analysis were performed for the whole population for ethnicity and stratified by gender. Given the low incidence, particularly due to HPV-related cancer, we include 10 years age groups and 10 years period group from 25 to 84 years old to evaluate the effect of age, period, and cohort. So age period cohort analysis using the middle cohort as a reference, and we carried out a Poisson regression to solve the problem, the well-known problem in APC analysis of no identifiability distribution as age, period, and cohort were in the linear relationship. So we use R for all analysis. So let me show briefly the results. So over these 50 years, we had 1,618 HPV related and 2,977 HPV unrelated cancers in oropharyngeal area, which means 1/3 HPV related. With the average age standardized incidence that was highest, it's not showed by ethnicity in this table, but it was highest in Indians, 6.93 per 100 person years, followed by Chinese 2.81, and then Malay 1.81. Among this, 95% of HPV-related oropharyngeal cancer and also HPV unrelated oropharyngeal cancer aged 25 and 84. That's the reason to exclude those younger than 25 and oldest than 84. Males account for 8% and 64% of all HPV related and HPV unrelated respectively. This table shows that the incidence rate was much higher from HPV unrelated than HPV related cancer for males and females. For example, the male-female incidence rate ratio for HPV related cancers reduced from 5.82 between 68 and 77 to 4 between 2008 and 2017. While for HPV-related, unrelated cancer, these figures are much lower, reduced from 2.58 in the first period to 1.52 in the second period. So analysis for each ethnic group showed that HPV-related cancer incidence decreased among females Indians only. Further trend analysis also detected the decrease of HPV-unrelated incidence rate in males among all ethnicities, but in females among Indians only. Well, these graphics show the time trend analysis of the incidence rate of oropharyngeal cancers for each age group. HPV-related oropharyngeal cancer incidence decreased among the youngest males and the oldest females. However, HPV-unrelated cancers incidence rose among the youngest group, those between 25 and 44 years old males, and fell among 45 and 64 and 65 and 84 years old males. Overall, the HPV-related oropharyngeal cancer incidence declined among the youngest group, while HPV-unrelated cancer incidence decreased among the oldest group. This is a traditional graph that show the combined effect of age, period, and cohort effect. In this case, for HPV-related and unrelated cancer by genders. The age effect was more pronounced in males than females for both cancers. The period effect was detected among males with the lowest incidence of HPV-related cancer for 1988 and 1997. And although among males, there was an apparent trend of a reduction in the incidence rate of HPV-related cancers in the younger male cohorts, and an opposite pattern for HPV-unrelated cancers. An increased pattern for HPV-unrelated cancer was found among young female cohorts as well. So this table shows the APC model. The APC model that best fit compared to the other models, which means age drift, age cohort, and age period for males HPV-related cancer, while the age cohort model was the best among HPV-unrelated cancer, also both for male and females among all residents. Similar effects were found among Chinese, of course, because Chinese accounts for 74% of the population, be very close to the overall analysis. However, HPV-unrelated cancer incidence decreased in younger Indian cohorts. So we can take our time for discussion, but I would like to conclude some important issues that contradict some of the literature in this field. The first is that HPV-unrelated age standardized incidence rate was higher than HPV-related. There was an age effect as expected. The cohort effect is mainly attributed to HPV-unrelated cancer incidence. The period effect largely contributes to HPV-related cancer incidence, but only for males, and the only significant decrease in HPV-related incidence was detected in Indian females. The difference between this study and the current literature that we couldn't find an increase in HPV-related oropharyngeal cancers as a whole. So I would like to acknowledge the Singapore Cancer Register and the Department of Statistics. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to try to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Perez. So I think we welcome all the questions from the floor. Any questions from cancer? So if there's no questions, So may I ask about like how is the Singapore data comparing to the global data? So like the HPV related oropharyngeal cancer and then non-HPV related cancer.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, as I said in the beginning of my introduction, the very well-known risk factors for oral cancer are smoking and alcohol consumption. And well, I'm a newcomer to Singapore. Perhaps you know more Singapore than me, but Singapore is a relatively conservative country, which means that, for example, alcohol. I'm in Australia now. I'm Australian as well. In Australia, alcohol is a huge problem. So it's socially accepted. I think that there is a kind of cultural difference that precludes the alcohol consumption in the country. This is the number one. The second one is the smoking had a very remarkable reduction given the policies adopted, particularly the restrictions in some areas for smokers and so on. There is a trend reduction in smoking. But what is a no and what is different from the Western countries, for example, is that HPV is strongly related to sexual habits, if you like. And as you know, we have, again, according to my colleagues in Singapore, one of them is our co-author from the Cancer Institute, this kind of things should be investigated in depth there. Given that a relatively large proportion of our population is constituted by Muslims, and Muslims trained to have a more conservative behavior as well. So for all these reasons together, we didn't find the same pattern that they experience in Western countries, which means the increase in the recent years, particularly in young cohorts of HPV-related cancer. And to finalize the importance, we are going to investigate now the relative importance of HPV vaccination in such cancers as well, because it's very well known that to prevent gynecology cancers, but it's relatively unknown in terms of oropharyngeal cancer. So that's a step forward. This is a merely descriptive data to formulate some hypotheses to be tested later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Felix. So I think, shall we move to the next speaker because time is running out? Yes. So, so may I introduce the next speaker? The title is Impact of Dental Caries on Academic Performance of the School Student by Dr. Faik Ali Quadri. Yeah, please welcome Professor Quadri. Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you, everyone. My name is Faik Ali Quadri, and I was a PhD student, just recently completed my doctoral thesis, defended, and this presentation is one part of my PhD thesis. It's my pleasure to present it in front of you, the esteemed panel. So the title is The Impact of Dental Caries on Academic Performance of School Children. And this is the presentation outline. I have grouped my slides into three parts. In the first part, I will discuss the background hypothesis and methodology concerning this particular research and the results from regression analysis, mediation, and also we utilize the Bradford-Hill criteria to assess the causal relationship. And in the last part, I would present the discussion conclusions and the implications from my study. So we all know that oral diseases, the prevalence of oral diseases is a major public health concern in people of all ages. And we know from the Global Burden of Diseases study that about 3.5 billion people worldwide, they suffer from oral diseases. And dental caries is found out to be the single most prevalent oral health condition globally. And from the list of oral diseases that affect children, it is the dental caries, toothache, and gingival inflammation, which are most common oral health conditions in the children. And from them, the dental caries affects about 60 to 90% of the children across the globe. So the impact of oral diseases has been studied widely, and we see that oral diseases impact a wider range of activities in people of all ages, and specifically in children. One of them is attainment of education. Now, education attainment is definitely difficult to define, and academic success is a very broad concept. However, standard test scores, or GPA, are considered in most of the countries as one of the forms of academic assessment. Now, the relationship between oral health and academic performance has been studied earlier, and there are about 20 to 22 publications. There are 3 systematic reviews which were carried out in the year 2018. And from those systematic reviews, we come to know that 2 of them, they support the association based on low to moderate evidence. However, there is one systematic review which says that there is no association between oral health and academic performance. Now, we critically appraised each of the published evidence, including the systematic reviews, and we came out with these gaps in understanding the relationship. First, there is a heterogeneity of measures of oral health and academic performance in the earlier investigations. Second is that if at all oral health is impacting academic performance, then we need to demonstrate severity of the condition to give a rationale to the relationship. The next is that we need to identify which specific oral health condition explains poor academic performance, and if there is a pathway linked between the 2 variables. The next is, if at all we are studying impact, then we have to show a temporal relationship where the exposure precedes the outcome. Now, this was our hypothesis. We said that from the list of oral health conditions that affect children, it is the dental caries, along with a severe symptom of toothache, that would affect the study activities, such as sleeping or studying, or even attending schools, that would in turn affect the child's academic performance. So to test that hypothesis, these were the objectives that we outlined. First is that we wanted to investigate the association between academic performance and all the oral health conditions and measures, including the oral health impacted sleep and study activities. Second, to determine which oral health condition and its measure or its measure that would best predict poor academic performance. Third is to investigate the mediating role played by toothache and oral health impacted sleep and study activities in that particular relationship, and to test that pathway using the criteria given by Sir Bradford Hill. So we carried out a cross-sectional study. We ruled out school children who were aged 12 to 14 years. And the sampling technique that we use is the stratified and randomized cluster sampling technique. We measure the oral health conditions of children before 1 month before the children sat for the examination, just to satisfy the temporal issues. Now, these were our study variables. For the exposure variables, we had clinical examinations and also self-perceived questionnaires for the children. We utilized the Child OIDP questionnaire to identify the oral health impacted sleep and study activity. We also assessed the number of days absent of the school children due to the normal dental visits and also due to toothache. And we considered these variables as the mediators in our analysis. The outcome variable was measured using 2 scales. One is the standard test scores, or GPA scores, which is an objective measure. And we also utilized teacher rating scores, which is the academic performance rating scales, as the subjective measures. We also assessed the oral hygiene practices and the socio-demographic characteristics of the population, and we adjusted our analysis with these covariates. So here are the statistical analysis or tests that we conducted. Importantly, we conducted the mediation analysis using the process model 4 and model 6, which is a single mediator and 2 mediator models. During our analysis, initial analysis, we found out that the variable sex was an interactive variable for most of the exposures. That's why we had to carry out the investigations separately for the boys and girls. So we had around 700 school children, out of which 52% were boys, and about 28.7% had performed poorly in the academics. And there was a significant difference between the academic scores between the boys and the girls. Now, in the regression analysis, the bivariate and multiple regression analysis had similar findings. We saw that decay severity, or DT, that increase in 1 unit was accounting for about 3 times more likelihood of, nearly 3 times more likelihood of the boys and girls failing in their examination, as we can see here in the STS score. And for the regression coefficient, we see that the variables, the value was quite similar. Now, most of the exposure variables showed similar results, but interestingly, we find out that the measures related to treatment, such as the missing and filled teeth, they showed a protective effect in comparison to those measures which were related to the disease, which is decay severity and also decay prevalence. We also find out that the clinical measures showed better precision with a narrower confidence interval in comparison to the self-perceived measures. These are some of the other oral health measures that were significantly associated. Now, overall, we see that the findings were consistent between both the genders and also between both the academic performance measures. And these are the results, the multiple regression analysis results for the mediators. Even the mediators or possible mediators were significantly associated with the outcome measures. And also with the dental visits, absent days due to dental visit, it showed a protective effect. However, the number of days missed by the school children due to toothache showed an impact or negative impact on the academic performance of the school children, which is seen in the last row. So the single mediator model suggests that the pathway between decay severity and examination failure is indirectly affected or is an indirect pathway and is mediated by toothache and oral health impacted study and sleep activity. The 2 mediator models also showed that the decay severity is indirectly affecting the examination or academic performance of the school children through the effects of toothache and also through the effects of sleep activity in one model and study activity in the next model. Now, these pathways were put to test for causal association using the Bradford-Hill criteria, and we see that about 6 of the Bradford-Hill criteria were applicable and all were satisfying the pathway model. Now, each of the 2 consecutive links satisfied each of the criteria. However, the specificity of association, the plausibility of biology, and the experiment criteria were not applicable because we all know that academic performance is a multifactorial condition, and it is not just affected by the poor oral health status of the school children. Second, in the plausibility of biology, we see that, let me just open the pointer. Okay, in the plausibility of biology, we see that the relationship between sleep and study activity and academic performance, this relationship is more probably a physical impact, not a biological mechanism. So this was also not applicable. And as we said earlier, carrying out an experimental study in such an investigation, that is oral health impacting academic performance, is unethical. So even the experimental criteria was not applicable in this relationship. We also found out that the direct link between caries and academic performance satisfied less criteria in comparison to the indirect relationship between dental caries and academic performance. So In discussion, we would like to say that from the epidemiological study designs, probably a cross-sectional study is much better in addressing the temporal effects, because the experimental study and the cohort study were unethical in such type of relationship. However, we know for a fact that cross-sectional study is not suitable for a temporal effect. From the oral health measures, the clinical oral health measures were seen to be superior in this relationship in comparison to the perceived measures, and it is also supported by the earlier investigation. We also found out from our study that the effect size was fairly large in the perceived measures, and they also showed lower precision in comparison to clinical measures. Now, from the clinical oral health measures, although gingival inflammation and plaque accumulation were impacting or seen to be related to poor academic performance, but the rationale behind such oral health conditions was not convincing, because gingival inflammation and plaque deposits, they rarely cause severe pain in the children in order to present a rationale to say that it affects academic performance. So dental caries and toothache were seen to be better in explaining the impact on academic performance. And they also satisfied most of the Bradford-Hill criteria. Now, from the dental caries measures or clinical caries measures, we see that all of them were significantly associated. However, the missing and filled teeth, which are treatment measures, showed a protective effect and therefore did not fit the cause role of a risk factor. Because of that, even the cumulative measures such as DMFT does not fit the criteria and may be considered as not stable in this association. So we were left with two measures, which is decay severity and 1+D, and we selected DT because it reflects the severity of the condition. Between the academic performance measures, we say that like in earlier investigation, they had used the parents' perception of academic performance, and they used child perception of academic performance. But we say that teachers are better, better skillful and educated to rate a child's academic performance in comparison to parents or children themselves. However, in the regression analysis where the APRS was considered as a continuous variable, the results were less meaningful, because we cannot say that increase in one caries teeth would affect a magnitude of marks or a certain amount of marks in the children. So between teacher ratings and the standard test scores, the standard test scores were better measures. However, it was important to consider the aggregate score and not individual subject scores as in earlier investigations, and also that the good and poor academic performance should be categorized using a standardized method and not just mean and median like has been used in earlier investigations. We also assess the pathway mechanism, and we explain how dental caries could affect academic performance with this investigation. And we show that toothache and impacted sleep and study activities are important mediators in the pathway, and they satisfy most of the Bradford-Hill criteria. So we conclude that the risk of poor academic performance is greater in children with oral health conditions, and caries is identified as the best predictor and decay severity as the best measure in this relationship. And we also confirm the mediation role played by toothache and oral health impacted sleep and study activities. And we also show a possible causal relationship between dental caries and academic performance. So here are the implications from our study. This result would be important for the teachers, parents, and caregivers who want the children to perform well in the academics. The findings can also be used for the advocacy of oral health promotion strategies, such as health promotion in schools, and also including general health and oral health as a course or subject in the school curriculums. However, in the future studies, these are our recommendations, that in future, the studies should focus more on dental caries and toothache if they are investigating the relationship of oral health impact on academic performance. Second, just a regression analysis would not give a rationale. So a mediation or moderation analysis is recommended from our part to give a better rationale. I would like to thank my advisor, Dr. Basruddin Ahmed, from the University of Science Malaysia, and also would like to thank the dean of our college and the extreme panel who assessed my thesis and examined me, Professor Richard Watt, Professor Hairul Ismail, and Professor Nur Fazlia. And thank you so much to you all for patiently listening to me. And I welcome all the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Quadri, for the very informative and very exciting data. So I think due to the time is running about like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I think like I probably have to move on to the next speaker. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. So I think let me introduce the next speaker. Dr. Nicholas Lim from National University of Singapore. So the title is The Preference and Risk Factors of Erosive Tooth Wear Among Military Personnel in Singapore. Yeah, please welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm Nicholas, and I'll be presenting on this study. And thank you for having me to present on this on my research for my postgrad studies on prevalence and risk factors of erosive tooth wear in young Singaporean soldiers. So the scope of my presentation is as follows. Firstly, I'll be defining tooth wear and setting a premise for its importance. Next, I'll be describing the impetus of the study in relation to the military population. After which, I'll bleed in to talk about the research objective and materials and methods. And then I'll be spending ample time on the data analysis and to discuss the validity and reliability of the data. And lastly, I'll be sharing some thoughts on the clinical significance of the study. To start off the importance of teeth, I begin with a quote that goes, "Every tooth in a man's head is more valuable than diamond." Yes, indeed, once we lose our teeth or tooth structure, there is no way to get it back. Tooth wear is the loss of dental hard tissues not caused by caries. Tooth wear can be caused by abrasion, attrition, erosion, all happening at the same time. The process of tooth wear is normal, and as Van Spiker estimate a physiologic wear of 28 to 30 microns per annum. However, more often than not, tooth wear occurring in an accelerated stage can be pathological. More importantly, we see this acceleration impacting the younger population. The fairly recently coined term erosive tooth wear, or ETW for short, as it suggests, is a chemomechanical process resulting in accelerated tooth wear that's observed in young individuals. The problems with tooth wear are mainly pulpal pathology, pain, poor masticatory function, and impaired aesthetics. Not to mention that the costs and challenges of rebuilding a worn and collapsed dentition emphasized by Turner and Messurian is really costly. Furthermore, the global prevalence of ETW reported by Schluter in 2018 is 20 to 45%. That is close to a third to half of the global population experiencing some form of abnormal tooth wear. Let me briefly explain how ETW occurs. Firstly, with any susceptible dentition, an acidic challenge, be it extraneous or endogenous, coupled by mechanical loads from abrasion or attrition, results in ETW. Saliva is the main mechanism that protects the tooth from chemical attack. In the literature, numerous risk factors associated with ETW can be divided into intrinsic, extrinsic, behavioral, and demographics. We'll touch on some of these later. Now, let me describe the various tooth wear indices. Bardsley 2008 summarizes the plethora of indices used in the literature. Such a variety of indices often makes data comparison between countries very challenging. The index of increasing popularity is the Biwi index introduced by Bartlett in 2008. Biwi records the most severely affected tooth in a sexton according to a 4-point scale. The points from each sexton is then totaled up to give the final Biwi score and the final score allows categorization of risk groups as seen in the chart, and it also appends a clinical recommendation thereafter. The Biwi index is the only index that's validated in the 2015 European consensus and has become more popularly used in recent studies. The next question you might ask is why ETW in the military population? Aren't we expecting a younger population with little or no tooth wear? However, military personnel, apart from their lifestyle under constant physical exertion and combat stress, are also known individuals who may consume large amounts of sports and soft drinks. All these are known risk factors, and we want to know if intervention at this period can be effective to limit downstream effects of tooth wear. Therefore, the aims of the study were to determine the prevalence of ETW in military personnel between 18 to 25 years and to determine the association with medical, dental, dietary, and lifestyle habits. Let me now take you through how a study was conducted. Military personnel between 18 and 25 turned up for mandatory dental checkups were requested to participate. After consent taking and registration, they were asked to fill in a self-administered questionnaire. This is followed by a clinical examination done in a proper dental setting. The participants are then offered dental counseling according to their needs, and the data is consolidated and analyzed. The self-administered questionnaire collected information regarding the medical and dental history, social demographic data, and dietary habits. The clinical examination involved the BWE index, which measures erosive tooth wear, as well as the caries status measured by DMFT. And now the results. So these are the factors that I'll be discussing. In our sample collected over a period of 6 months, we have a sample size of 1,296, where majority are males. The mean age was 21.5 years, and most of the participants were of the Chinese race. The prevalence of ETW of the study population was 21.8%. In terms of ETW risk, which is determined by the BWE sum score, 61.4% had a present risk of ETW. And it's important to note that the study population had, none of the study population rather, had scored in the severe risk category. So where do the wear lesions occur? This study demonstrated that the highest extent scores came from the maxillary anterior and mandibular anterior teeth, and although not shown here, is statistically significant. We'll be exploring the various risk factors that are associated with ETW. For demographics, none of the factors stood out. For dental-related factors, high caries susceptibility, symptoms of TMD, and the use of hard bristle toothbrush were associated with ETW. For dietary factors, the consumption of both acidic food and drinks were associated with ETW. The main types of foods and drinks consumed in this survey were citrus fruits and carbonated sports drinks. So with these interesting findings, we'll now jump into the discussions. My discussion will revolve around 3 points. Firstly, the study design. Next, to compare this with the global data. And lastly, the implications of these risk factors associated with ETW. Pertaining to the study design, the strengths of this study is that this is the first local study done in Singapore. And comparing to the local data, this study has achieved a large sample size on a specific military population. The limitations, however, are that this study is a cross-sectional study, and as all cross-sectional studies, it measures the prevalence for a slice of a population at a certain time frame. This implies that there's no baseline prevalence for the population for us to make comparison within the same sample. Next, this study is also heavily dominated by males, which is explainable because Singapore is a conscript army. And this affects the way we compare demographic data. And lastly, the age range is also quite narrow, and this doesn't allow us to compare between age group. Next, let me discuss in depth regarding the results of this study. ETW is considered present when BWE sextant score is more than or equals 2 in any sextant. And this has been adopted by numerous studies conducted worldwide. However, as I compare the data with the Asian population, we realize that the criteria of tooth wear is not consistent with other studies. So this makes data comparison challenging. Overall, we see that the prevalence of wear appears lower in our population, and this could be because of our young age group. This study also showed that participants who had caries history was at a risk of ETW. Slammer in 2019 explained that they have similar risk factors such as consumption of acidic cariogenic beverages. This is also supported by results for Aradan Joki in 2017, which showed a greater need for restorative treatment for adults with erosive tooth wear. This study also showed that participants with TMD or temporomandibular disorder had a greater risk of ETW, and which was supported by other authors which postulated that military personnel were exposed to chronic work-related stress more so than non-military personnel, and that these are possible factors of bruxism. This type of toothbrush, the type of toothbrush are also associated with ETW. These findings corroborated with previous in vitro and in situ studies by Wigan. However, besides tooth brushing hardness, there are other influencing factors such as the frequency of brushing and the pressure of tooth brushing. All these might contribute to wear. Lastly, this study also showed that participants who consume acidic food and drinks were 2 to 3 times more likely to have ETW compared to those who didn't, highlighting a positive relationship between ETW and acidic diet. And these results has been validated in the literature as listed here. Finally, I'll conclude this presentation with 4 areas of clinical significance. Firstly, the future research can look into the progression of wear. We could follow up on this sample and monitor their wear over a period of time. Factors associated with ETW can be educated to the patient, even at a young age, and that will reduce the rate of tooth wear and prolong the need for extensive rehabilitation to severe tooth wear in later life. Lastly, the prevalence of 21.8% is evidence suggesting that there needs to be some intervention for young Singaporean population. We, dental professionals, can minimally provide education regarding the consequences of consumption of erosive products, for example, and to provide fluoride intervention whenever necessary. And with that, I thank you for your time. Now I'll open the floor for any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lim. So welcome all the questions from the floor. Yeah, you can type in or so maybe I think the time is running out a little bit. So may I ask a little bit of questions about because the erosive tooth wear is sometimes quite difficult. I mean, how is the capper or reliability of the examiner?
So in our study, we have done a inter-examiner examination, intra-examiner reliability test as well. So we have about 10 examiners, and all these were trained with the primary investigator. And after that, they were calibrated then. And about 1 month later, they were asked to repeat the exact same finding on the same patient, and then the intra-examiner reliability was measured. So the kappa score that we reflected was about 0.8, and that is considered as good to acceptable.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. I think any questions from the floor? Let me see. I think they are talking about the cancer at the moment. So otherwise, I think thank you, Nicholas Lim, and then I move to the next speaker. So the next speaker is Dr. Pakapon Pisan Turakit. So the title is The Effectiveness of the Instruction Media Animation Promotes Oral Health Knowledge of Grade 1 to 3 Student in Bangkok. Yeah, please welcome Dr. Pakapon. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am very happy to share our study about the effectiveness of the instruction media, which is an animation to promote oral health knowledge among students of Pathomnonsi School in Bangkok. Oh, sorry. Why our slide is not? I have to change this one.
Yes.
Okay. The Thailand National Oral Health Survey indicate early childhood caries still is a major oral health problem in Thailand. The prevalence of dental caries among the 5-year-old children is greater than that of the 3-year-old children. The trend of dental caries among Thai children is increasing with age. The National Oral Health Survey also indicates inappropriate behavior, such as time of toothbrushing and sweetened meal eating. If you have some intervention at the earlier year of life, the trend of dental caries prevalence might decrease. From social cognitive theory, Bandura says that having knowledge is the beginning of behavior change. This leads us to find the effective channel to increase knowledge related to dental caries prevention among young children. Increasing the oral health care knowledge among the early primary school children is crucial because their permanent teeth are at an early eruption period. Moreover, they start to do things such as brushing their teeth by themselves. Having relevant knowledge is the basis for the children to become aware of oral health care. One of the easiest ways for children to understand and retrieve information is to use an animation. The animation might be an opportunity for more children to receive knowledge at their available time. Then we select an animation as a medium to increase the knowledge about dental caries among these children. The animation about cause of dental caries, oral health care, and dental prevention was developed for the early primary school children. This study aimed to evaluate the knowledge related to dental caries improvement after using the animation and to compare the increasing knowledge between the grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 students. We hypothesized that the animation can increase the knowledge related to dental caries, and the knowledge of the student at each grade are different. For materials and method, the students were asked to watch the 5-minute animation, Jumbo, a little boy with the toothache. It contains information how bacteria and sugar from diet intertwining cause dental caries. Toothbrushing with fluoride toothpaste can help prevent dental caries, and how to check the quality of toothbrushing, which was presented by their teacher. The students were asked to answer 6 questions at 3 different times prior to the animation watching, immediately after watching the animation, and 1 month after watching the animation. The teacher read these 6 questions for assisting the student in answering the question. The data were analyzed by descriptive statistics, Cochrane-Q test, and repeated measure ANOVA. This study protocol was approved by the Human Research Ethics Committee and registered in Thailand clinical trial registration prior to the commencement of data collection. Initially, 143 students agreed to participate in the study, but only 116 students completed the study. It was 18.9% dropout rate. The signal is lost, right? I'm not sure, but mine is good, still good. So how should we continue?
I still hear your voice.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so
Like interrupting, but I think it's fine. Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So there were 55 boys and 61 girls. The results indicate the average knowledge score was statistically significant different at different times. The pre-test is the lowest, and at the 1 month post-test is the highest. Comparing average knowledge score among different grades at each time point, the results indicate the student had similar score at pre-test, but the pattern of knowledge related to dental caries score change were different among different grades. The grade 1 scores increased significantly higher than that of grade 2 and grade 3 at both immediately post-test and 1 month post-test. Comparing the proportion of the correct answer at different times of each grade, the results of each grade were different. to the question, what do bacteria in the mouth like to eat? The proportion of correct answer at different times of all grade students were statistically significant different. The proportion of correct answer at different time of grade 1 were different at every question. On the contrary, the grade 2 student reveals no significant change of proportion of correct answer at different time point except the first question. The grade 3 student reveals the increasing trend of correct answer when time passed by at the first question and the question, which one of these caused the dental cavities? But the other 4 questions was show only significant in grade 1. These are the results of each questions. For the discussion, the results indicate the pattern of average knowledge score change of each grade were different. Even the score of each grade was similar at pre-test. The grade 1 score continuously increased to nearly maximum score at the 1 month post-test, with the effect size of 40%. On the contrary, the grade 2 average score barely changed. The grade 3 average score were affected by the animation 18%. The students know that bacteria and sugar are the cause of dental caries prior to watch the animation, but the average score still increased when the time passed by. This confirmed that the media selection by considering the age of target group is important. From the result of this study, it might be the language and story of Jumbo, a little boy with toothache, are more appropriate and more attractive to younger age. Anyway, this animation should be used in other schools and larger sample size for more generalized reading and adaptation of the animation or utilize the media in the future. The study result might be limited by the uncontrollable factor such as different environment or presentation device of each class. The oral behavior improvement might be investigated in the further study. We conclude that the animation Jumbo, a little boy with toothache, can increase the knowledge related to dental caries prevention, but the pattern of change among each grade were different. Finally, we are very grateful to the students and teachers of Potomac School for participating throughout this study and the Dental Research Fund of Faculty of Dentistry, Chulalongkorn University for the funding support. And this is the QR code of the animation, Jumbo, a little boy with toothache. And thank you very much for your attention. Sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Pakaporn. For any questions from the floor? I think we have around like 3-4 minutes for Q&A. Or any questions from the other speaker from the floor here? Or maybe I just asking first, if anyone like type in, like I can read and ask Dr. Pakaporn. So I understand like there was around like 6 questions questionnaire, right? So as I can see from the baseline, I think how was the baseline like 4 to 5? So I think like most of the students, they already can answer the right answer, right? Or yeah.
Yes.
Can Dr. Pakaporn elaborate a little bit? Because I mean, I saw there, for example, like what we call like 4 or 5, and with the standard deviation of 1 something. So that means like they already choose the correct answer, maybe 5 already. Yeah. How can you discuss about the question?
I think the question might be a little bit easy, like they know that what caused the dental caries, but for some students that still show that it's still show the incorrect answer in other questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the floor? And may I ask, like, the animation is developed from the researcher, right? From the animation.
Yes, this is the new, we developed the new one. Okay, this one.
Yeah, yeah.
If you like to see, you can scan and have a look.
Yes, that is good. I think like maybe some of us may want to see or to get some idea what is the animation. So may I ask how to say, like, how often like the kids had to watch this animation? Just only once or every day or every week?
In this study, just only one, but they was asked to ask the question 3 times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time to move to the next speaker. So so let me introduce Dr. Mahat Shin. So the title is The Perception and Challenges of a First-Year Dental Student, a cross-sectional study. Yeah. So Dr. Mahat, please. I think he is not here at the moment. So what can we arrange? Or any representative, right? Or the tech team can show, I'm not sure if he logged in or maybe we wait a little bit for a few minutes.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes. So I'm not sure if the speaker will be here. Dr. Manhat Shin.
Just a moment, ma'am.
Ma'am, the last presenter, Manat Sen, is not joined as yet.
Not yet, right?
Yeah, not yet.
Or can, I'm not sure if you can share his or her PowerPoint.
We can what? We're not able to hear you.
Maybe we wait for 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes, we can wait for some time, else
Yes.
do a panel discussion.
Maybe like he tried to log in now. I don't know.
You can also do a panel discussion, ma'am. If the speaker is not coming, you can discuss it. You have time for your session then.
Yes, yes, sure. Thank you. I think like a number of questions from the cancer. So our Professor Perez, I mean, are you still here? So Professor Marco, are you still here or?
Professor Marco is logged in, but he's not responding to you. Everyone else is there. Ma'am, Professor Marco is there. You can just speak
Yeah.
now.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Professor Marco. So I
Yeah.
think like the next speaker are so Dr. Manhat Singh. I think he is not here at the moment. So maybe because I saw a lot of questions from your presentation, maybe like I think
happy.
it would be more interesting that you can elaborate. I mean, like during the waiting time here.
No, more than happy to reply.
Yes.
So
the first one is
yep.
HPV-related cancer is known for better prognosis. Did you have a chance to look at the prognosis in your cohort?
No, this is not a look. This is a population-based study using retrospective data from the National Registry. Our aim was to first to understand the pattern, the time trend, or the trend over time, if it's increased, decreased, or so on. And the second is to analyze this trend by what we call HPV-related and unrelated sites. So the weaknesses of the study like that I can anticipate is that, of course, we don't have the data, the anatomic or the pathology data to confirm if the HPV was there. So what we use is the site as a proxy of the HPV, as been done in many studies, that including those that I cited, I mentioned, particularly the systematic review published in Oral Oncology last year. Yeah, so we need to confirm these finds. The issue is that it's very difficult to get 50 years of lab data. I'm unaware of any study using that. Of course, this will be much more accurate, but is to the best of my knowledge is not feasible. Thank you.
Yeah, I think for some questions about like I think it's the same question. I think you already answered. Like, can you clarify your cohort cancer location? Yes, cannot, right?
Yeah. We have the location. This is another issue. Given that the population is relatively small, we couldn't analyze by site, but we combined also, of course, we had the specific site, but the N too small. So we combined all HPV related and unrelated sites, and then we performed the analysis. But the interesting thing is that only 1/3 were HPV related. So it's not neglectable rate. It's 1 in 3 oral and pharyngeal cancer were related to HPV.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions from the floor? I mean, like from all of the 5 speakers. About cancer, about the impact of dental caries on academic performance, and also the erosive tooth wear. I think because Dr. Quadri, I mean, we don't have time for the questions. So actually, like, I'm curious about like, because do you have any did you collect like what we call it socio-economic background of the children in your study? Because I think academic performance is a so-called like multifactorial. One is the IQ, and also like the background, the family background. Yeah. So do you have like those data?
Thank you, Tammy, for asking the question. Yes, we did collect the socioeconomic status and educational background of the parents, which definitely are the confounders in this association. We control for it. However, your question about IQ is interesting because definitely intelligence quotient is an important aspect in academic performance. In our case, the IQ wasn't collected. However, the study, because it was conducted in Saudi Arabia, and most of the populations, I mean, most of the nationals, they go to the public schools, and the educational system and probably the assessment system is constant in throughout in the public schools. So that may have addressed the question of IQ, but again, assessing the IQ of students or school children is also a debatable question. How do we even come to a common conclusion that this is the method to address the IQ? So, but yeah, that's very interesting question. The confounders that we took care of was a socioeconomic status of the parents, and also gender was found to be a significant factor also.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other question? Yes, I will be happy to answer. Yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah, sure, Professor Mark.
Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on your work. I was curious because I don't know in in Saudi Arabia, but for example, in Australia, thousands of kids were referred to general anesthesia due to dental reasons, particular dental caries. And it's very well known that even FDA now recommends that you need to avoid general anesthesia for preventable reasons up to age of 4 due to the potential damage to the brain, which in turn may affect the school performance later on. Just the long story, just to ask if it's relevant, GA, for dental reasons in Saudi Arabia. If so, if you did exclude these kids from the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting and very relevant question. Definitely, general anesthesia is currently considered as a risk factor for certain brain diseases. However, it's still not a policy here in Saudi Arabia to not to give general anesthesia to the children. It is still carried out. In our study, because the age group was from 12 to 14 years of school children, and that's the reason why we did not consider a factor like general anesthesia. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, Prof.
Yes, I think any more questions? Nicholas or Dr. Pakapon, any questions or?
No, thank you.
So I think if there are no questions, I would thank all the speaker and also like a supporting team of IADR Southeast Asia. I mean, like for organizing and also the participant in this session. So for those who are interested in behavioral epidemiology and health services research, so there are a poster section, I think in hall 2, is that correct? So at 12 to 1 o'clock. So maybe like you have eating and then take a look at poster. Yeah, I think then I will close the section now. Okay, so thank you everyone and hope to see you in person in the future. Yes.
Hope so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, tech team. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the chairperson of this session. I just want to check my camera and the presentation slide whether I can successfully share the screen.
Yeah, you
Hello.
can share.
Okay, you can hear me, right? Let me try to share my screen. Okay, and show first and then share screen. Hello, can you see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am.
Good, thanks. Okay, I will log in again. I don't disturb you.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. See you
Welcome, ma'am.
later. See you
Welcome.
after 15 minutes. Hello. Um, can you guys hear me? I'm the chairperson of this session. I would like to test your mic, camera, and sharing screen. Maybe other presenters have not logged in yet. Maybe Adele did with the Parini. I checked
Yeah,
with
yeah.
your
My
mic.
name is Adi. Yeah.
I
Adi, you
checked-
can call me Adi. It's easier.
Okay,
Adi.
can I call you as Adi?
Adi. Yeah, Adi. Yes.
Okay, okay,
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen.
okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, yes, good, good.
Okay.
It's really good. Okay,
Okay.
okay. You will be given 10 minutes to present your
Yeah.
presentation slide and 5 minutes for the discussion time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good, good, good. So we
Okay.
will just
I
wait.
wait for my session. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
You will be the third one to present
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
session. Okay,
See you then.
see ya, see ya. Hello, Yanning. Hello, Yanning Chan, Miss Yanning Chan.
Yes. Hello.
Hello,
I'm
welcome to oral session 4.3, and I'm Trayshan. I'm the chairperson of this oral section, and I would like to test your camera, mic, and also sharing screen.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Thank you.
may I ask you to share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me try to share my screen. Can you see that? And can you hear me
Yes.
clearly?
Yes, very good.
Okay.
Good. You will be the first one to present, and you'll be given 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
See
you.
you soon.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Hi, Yannick. May I have you to start the presentation?
Yeah,
You
sure.
may now start.
Okay. Let me share the screen. So, okay, I'm ready to start. Okay. Good afternoon, dear professors and fellows. I'm Yanning Chen, the PhD student of the University of Hong Kong. It's a great honor to share my research, morphological and functional evaluation of AI-generated and CAD-designed crowns. In the conventional workflow, the contour and occlusion of the dental restoration is fabricated manually via the wax-up procedure. It can be greatly labor-intensive and technically sensitive. Even a dental technician is well-trained and experienced, the quality of the wax-up might be inconsistent and difficult to be controlled. In the digital workflow, the wax-up procedure can be done virtually using the CAD software. Then the restorations can be milled with high accuracy. This process saves much time and manual work than conventional wax-up fabrication. CAD design is undertaken by first selecting an appropriate tools template from the database of the software, then modified according to individual patient's oral condition. In most cases, this modification procedure is done manually, which can be quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. The biogeneric tools model developed by CIRAC is a knowledge-based artificial intelligence system. The algorithm learns the common tools morphology, computes the tools features, then reconstructs a biomimetic restoration. In its biogeneric individual mode, the morphology and the causal relationship among the abundant tools, its adjacent and antagonist teeth are inputted and analyzed. Then the missing tooth structure is automatically generated. So in the literature, several papers have compared the original tooth morphology with the AI-generated, CAD-designed or wax-up fabricated restorations. However, great heterogeneity of the study design and evaluating parameters were found, which makes it difficult to comprehensively compare and interpret results among the studies. In addition, restorations in different designs are rarely assessed for their functional properties like the fracture resistance. Therefore, this study aimed to evaluate single crown restorations generated by the knowledge-based AI system and those designed by an experienced dental technician using a CAD software. Dental casts of 12 participants with complete dentition were scanned, digitized, and 3D printed into resin models. The lower right second premolar of each model was prepared and scanned again. After trimming the model and drawing the margin, one group of crown designs were automatically generated by the CIRAC biogeneric individual function, and the other group was designed by an experienced technician using a CAD software. In geometric control software, digital datasets of the original teeth and crowns were superimposed via the best fit alignment function. Then the aligned files were horizontally sectioned in the level of the upper edge of the adjacent contact area. The crucial parts of the datasets were reserved as the field of interest. Several profile discrepancy parameters in Z direction was automatically outputted using the 3D compare function. Based on the output data, Z difference profile discrepancy was calculated. The volume discrepancy was quantified as the volume difference between the crown design and the original tools, while the volume area profile discrepancy was calculated with the volume discrepancy divided by the area of the FOI. The angle of the functional clasp was recorded with the aid of feature function. To determine the fracture resistance, monolithic lithium disilicate crowns were milled, sintered, adhesively luted to the 3D printed dies. Specimens were subjected to compressive loading until the specimen was fractured. Failure modes were examined and recorded for the crown and the substrate, respectively. Paired t-test, repeated measurements of ANOVA, Fisher's exact test, and Pearson's correlation were used in the statistical analysis. So for the results of morphological comparison, we can see AI-generated crowns presented significantly higher profile discrepancies than the CAD-designed crowns. And high agreement has been achieved between the Z difference and volume area profile discrepancy. No significant difference in the volume discrepancy was observed between the two groups. Group BI and TD had significantly higher cusp angle than the original case, but there was no significant difference between the two groups. No significant difference was found in the fracture load. All specimens presented bulk fracture of the crown. And to analyze the substrate fracture, the segmental enamel junction was presumed to locate at 1 mm below the crown margin, and the substrate damage was classified as no damage, damage above and below the CJ. No damage or a damage above the CJ is considered restorable. So group BI has the significantly higher percentage of restorable substrate damage than the group TD. In this study, significant morphological differences of the AI-generated and CAD-designed crowns have been discovered, as the CAD-designed crowns showed higher similarities to the original teeth. These findings may reflect some limitations of this knowledge-based AI system. Firstly, the biogeneric tooth model was developed based on a tooth library as a vector space containing all the biomimetic restoration designs. However, it can be challenging to use this 2D vector representation method to deal with the complicated 3D dental datasets. Secondly, the knowledge-based AI was established in a top-down manner, which solves problems according to the embedded human knowledge and self-reported concepts. The generalization error may occur when the building data cannot provide enough information and predictive ability on new data. Although Laplace transformation and least square method algorithms were adopted to minimize the error, their effects are compromised because of the inconsistent vertical dimension of the intraoral scan and the random unpredictable source of error. Due to the substantial differences between the mechanism of the AI design and CAD design and the potential random error of the AI system, it is currently not recommended to solely rely on the AI system to complete the restoration design. Unlike the knowledge-based AI, the data-driven AI, also known as machine learning, is built up in a bottom-up manner by feeding the digital data and training the mathematical models. This kind of AI potentially has a higher degree of automation and greater capability in dealing with the massive and complex data. Automatic design algorithms developed with data-driven AI can be expected to have greater computing power, higher automation, and less mathematical error. The fracture load tested in this study significantly surpassed the biting and clenching forces reported in the literature. The load to fracture test can represent the worst case scenario and estimate the capability of fracture resistance in a simple and convenient manner. The two groups of crown design can both achieve clinically acceptable loading resistance. So within the limitation of this study, we conclude that discrepancies in occlusal morphology exist between AI-generated and CAD-designed crowns, as the latter showed high similarities to the original teeth. Two groups of crown design can achieve clinically acceptable fracture resistance. I would like to express my heartiest thanks to my primary supervisor, Dr. Choi, and my co-supervisor, Dr. Bao, for their insightful guidance. Many thanks also go to my fellows in the research group, lab technicians, dental technicians, and BDS students that helped in this project. I also would like to thank the funding support by the Hong Kong Research Grant Council. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and any feedback or question is welcomed.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Chen. Does any one of you have any question for her presentation or comments for her project?
Hi there, thanks for that. I just wondered if you could, so could you clarify, you just analysed one representative tooth, is that correct?
Yes, we only measured one, the restoration on one tooth position, the
Right.
tooth 4-5, yes.
Right, so I just wondered for, it's not maybe specifically covered in your talk, but are some teeth inherently more difficult to scan more accurately than others? And was that the tooth you selected, or could you comment on that?
Yes, because I admit that especially for the intraoral scanner, some posterior teeth, especially the second molar, can be more difficult. And the difficulty of the intraoral scanning also depend on the location of the margin or the patient's mouth opening, so many factors. And for other literature, they measured like the first molar or the first incisor. So, but for the premolar region, no one has analyzed that. So that's why we chose that tooth position. Yeah, thank you.
So if I can add another question, so what's the next step with what you know now? What are you continuing the studying? Is it being extended? Do you want to give any comment on that?
Yeah, I think the AI technology is rapidly developing in these days, and it is more and more involved in the dentistry, dental practice or the dental researches. And as I said in the discussion, compared with the knowledge-based AI, which is the commercial's direct function, there's another data-driven AI. It is this AI algorithm is developed in a different manner, and it may have better results compared with the knowledge-based AI because it is totally data-driven. We don't manually put any labels or input any features for that, so there may be less limitations for this algorithm, and hope it can reduce some generalization errors. And yes, we're aiming to do this work afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If no, maybe we move on to the next presenter, and I'm the next presenter. And Ms. Chen, may I ask you to stop sharing?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Share. Okay, can any one of you see my screen? Yes, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Trishan Chu. I'm from the Faculty of Dentistry, HKU here. I would like to introduce my project. This is deep learning to automate survival prediction for oral cancer. In this project, I use open source histology images to analyze the patient survival. Before delivering a presentation, I want to show you the presentation overview. It contains 4 parts: 1, background and research problem; 2, objective; 3, method and results; and the last part is conclusion and future work. Now I'm going to give a brief review on oral squamous cell carcinoma. Oral cancer is the subtype of head and neck cancer. Oral cancer is derived from malignant neoplasms in the oral cavity and oral pharynx. So tumor occurs in buccal mucosa, palate, and other regions as listed here. Regarding squamous cell carcinoma, the mucosal lining mainly comprises squamous cells. If tumor cells result from squamous cells, they are called squamous cell carcinoma. According to WHO Global Trend, oral cancer is the 13th most common cancer worldwide. In 2020, about 476,000 patients with oral cancer were diagnosed. There were about 377,000 new cases of oral cavity cancer and 98,000 new cases of oropharyngeal cancer. However, Global Trend doesn't specify all these cases as oral squamous cell carcinoma. In general, 19% of patients with oral cancer suffer oral squamous cell carcinoma. The high prevalence of oral cavity cancer was found in South Central and Eastern Asia, which is associated with consumption of carcinogen-containing products such as shisha and betel nut. And men are at 2 to 3-fold higher risk than women for having oral cavity cancer. For oropharyngeal cancer, increasing rates of oropharyngeal infection with HPV have probably contributed to the high prevalence of head and neck or oral cancer in the US. In general, men are at approximately 5-fold higher risk than women for having oropharyngeal cancer. Regarding mortality of oral cancer, Asia is the region with the highest death rate of oral cancer in comparison to other countries like Europe and Africa. After going through the background of oral cancer, Hong Kong is the region with the highest death rate, leading me to think about what we can do more on the disease prognosis. Actually, the prognostic outcome cannot be predicted using TNM staging or clinical data. So the proposed solution for this is using histology images to conduct research because the images contain tumor biology information. Also, people may want to do survival analysis. Actually, statistical analysis is used for estimation, but not for prediction. The proposed solution for this is to use machine learning and its subset to do prediction. So we aim to develop a deep learning model to predict the 1-year survival outcomes of patients with oral squamous cell carcinoma using H&E stained images. Now we will go through methods and results. Having a look at the open source database named as Clinical Proteomics Tumor Analysis Consortium, abbreviated as CPTAC, it provides 391 scans of H&E tissue images of head and neck squamous cell carcinoma and 1 spreadsheet of clinical data. The clinical data includes patient demographic, medical history, tumor, and histology information. For medical history, it just provides simple information like vital status at 12 and 24 months and containing some ambiguous or undefined, unclear information like radiology. So here we cannot identify whether cancer patient received radiotherapy before or after surgery or having chemoradiotherapy. And in this spreadsheet, there are many missing data and unknown information for past medical history. So when we design the study, we select the scan with vital status at 12 months as the inclusion criteria. These 268 images were verified by pathologists in terms of cell type, color stain, and image quality. Finally, 122 qualified images were used for the downstream procedure. About the study pipeline for survival analysis, we divide the image data into training and test data sets. 80% goes for training set and 20% is the test set. For the training data set, these images will go for image preprocessing, step 1 annotation, step 2 scaling, and segmentation. Step 3 is filtering, normalization, and augmentation. After going through the image preprocessing, the training data set will be used for model training. Regarding the model structure, our model is supported by UNet, Self-Attention Scoring Net, and FusionNet. UNet is to extract a feature from image tiles. Actually, the image tile was produced from segmentation. The reason to partition an original image to tile is that the original image is too large. We need to reserve the image pixel by chopping off the original image into pieces to facilitate the model training. Then Self-Attention Scoring Net can approximate the survival score of every image tile, and FusionNet is to predict the survival outcome by averaging the total score from each image tile. Let's see the results. The table contains training step, area under the curve, learning rate, and the training loss. The highlighted rows show the AUC higher than 0.6. Here we can see step 44, 62, and 206 show the value of AUC around 0.6 to 0.7. Now I would like to show the results of model having done with optimization. The same here. Please read the column on the right. The highlighted row shows the maximum AUC higher than 0.7, that is 0.741. Epoch 6, here Epoch 6 obtained the best average AUC, that is 0.653. Okay, let's go to conclusion and future work. Since we cannot improve the quality of open source images, what we can do is to optimize the model. Next, we should retrieve tissue section from local hospitals with an aim to solve the problem of the unbalanced distribution of training data and the problem of missing data. By doing this, we hopefully enhance the model performance and then obtain 0.75 AUC or higher. Thank you so much. I'm the one on the left, and the right one is my collaborator. And I would like to acknowledge my supervisor and co-supervisor, Dr. Zhang and Dr. Ho. Thank you for their support. And last but not least, giving a big thanks to the organizer and co-organizers. Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes discussion time.
Hi. Thanks, Dr. Chu. If I could go first. So maybe can I ask you, where do these subjects come from? You didn't mention where are these from Australia? Are these from US or around the world?
Actually, I obtained the data from the public database, like TCGA, and the one and this database I obtained from one is named as CPTAC. I think maybe the website is also located in the US because most of the patients are Caucasian.
So also when you're doing the computation and the model construction and stuff like that, so how long does this process take? Like what sort of computational platform do you need, and how long does it take you to make the model, to optimize the model? Could you give me some sort of idea about that?
Actually, maybe just for I talked about the image processing first. I spend most of my time to do image preprocessing. And here I just annotate the whole slide images. It may be I need to annotate 122 images within a week, because
right.
I use another kind of software to do annotation. And then after I get it done, and I just put all the image data into the model, and maybe it take maybe 3 days for training. It really depends on the pixel resolution that you use for the training. But actually, I cannot change the pixel because it's already done doing the scanning. So when I download the public data, I cannot do much on the image pre-processing except annotation.
Right. So what do you think is maybe the limiting factor for the result? Is it the annotation? Is it the number of images, or what do you think? All right.
Yeah. I think they are the confounding factors contribute to the suboptimal results. Yes. And also maybe the setting of the model is also important. But of course, image pre-processing is paramount important. Yes, as I reckon. And also the quantity of the image data is also important.
So what sort of value do you need to get to for the data for the model to be useful? So you got 0.7 something. What does it need to get to in order to be considered reliable?
It also depends on the model stability.
Right.
Here, my model is not really my deep learning network is not that stable. And I hope I can achieve AUC more than 0.8. Yeah, hopefully, I wish I can get this result. But actually, I have to find out the problem first, and then drill onto the problem, and then fix up the whole issue. And hopefully I can stabilize the model stability.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any question from the others, or comment, or any sharing? If no, maybe I would like to invite Adi from Indonesia to give a presentation. Sorry, I would like to stop sharing of my screen. Okay. Adi, may I ask you to start your presentation?
Okay. Everyone can see now?
Yes, good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ade. I'm from Faculty of Dentistry, University of Trisakti, Indonesia. I would like to share my research about the implementation of deep learning using convolutionary neural network in identifying periapical lesion. So for the background, the pathogenesis of apical periodontitis and failure of endodontics treatment has been extensively studied. The prolonged presence of microbes causes the lesion to become asymptomatic and promote resorption of bone. This will radiographically be seen as a periapical lesion, although it will differ histologically into granuloma or cyst. Periapical granulome composes granulomatous tissue, cell infiltrates, and fibrous capsule, and one of the side effects of pulpitis that include a large number of pathological radiolucency. Radicular cysts are the second radiolucent lesion in the outbreak, which is a result of untreated periapical granulomas. Usually, a periapical granuloma constitute the majority of diagnosis of radiolucency in root end. Differentiation between periapical granulomas and radicular cysts is important to decide on the treatment. Since the radiographic image cannot give an accurate picture of the environment, most of the relevant recognition were done via the size of periapical lesions. A non-invasive diagnosis method would be a great advantage in minimizing risk associated with patient care, costs, and inconvenience, especially in case with periapical lesion more than 5 millimeters, where the optimal treatment for granulomas and cysts differs between non-surgical or retreatment for granulomas and apical surgical treatment for cysts. Recently, techniques for diagnosing periapical lesion were not available, although previous diagnostic approaches, including periapical radiograph and cone beam computed tomography, proved to be less reliable in diagnosis. Surgical biopsy and histopathological evaluation remain the gold standard for confirming the diagnosis of these periapical lesions. We have tried to classify in a more effective way by using artificial intelligence methods. Deep learning has powerful machine learning algorithms that can be used to classify disease using a large number of retrospective medical images as input. Convolutional neural networks are powerful algorithms for machine learning, and CNN was built to study various types of data, especially two-dimensional images. The learning mechanism mimics the visual function of the brain cortex, where there is a simple and complex hierarchy of cells. In this study, we created a CNN detection for granulomas and radicular cysts with periapical radiograph image and tested the system by comparing the accuracy in classifying the two disorders with the endodontics specialists. The data were obtained retrospectively from a university hospital in the context of protocol approved by the Ethical Committee of Universitas Trisakti. 300 digital radiographic image data of granuloma and radicular cysts with the histopathological confirmation and pre-processed for data normalizations. The histopathological criteria for a radicular cyst were defined as one, located in the periapical region of a non-vital tooth without periodontal communications. And second is a lesion demonstrating a cystic cavity chiefly surrounded by a non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelial lining with the inflammatory cells in the connective tissue wall. Periapical granulomas contain granulomatosis tissue, cell infiltrate, and a fibrous capsule, and are diagnostic marker for the diagnosis of the chronic apical periodontitis. We use a 3CNN architecture, which is BaseNet, Inception v4, and NestNet. The system is Python programming language and Google Colabs. The deep learning library, we use TensorFlow, and we use data augmentation to overcome the problem of limited patient data. And for data normalization, we divided each image pixel by 255 and rescaled to a size of 128 pixel by 128 pixels. And the data set we have was divided into data training, data validation, and testing data. And for the evaluation carried out on the system used precision, recall score, F1 score, and accuracy. This metric was chosen because it is commonly used to measure the performance of classification types in machine learning. So the data set used in this research is a periapical X-ray digital image, which is divided into two classifications, granuloma and cyst, with a total of 150. And the data set is relatively small for a deep learning. Data augmentation techniques are needed to increase the amount of data artificially, including flip, rotation, and adjusting the contrast. Therefore, each image produces 16 new images. The total data after using the data augmentation technique is 4,800 data. And also training and testing on the system that has been created using 3 different architectures we have this result. We can see base CNN show 80% for precision, recall 80%, almost the same. And we divided into when the architecture used the data without augmentation and with the data augmentation for each. And for the highest result, we can see the precision, recall, and F1 score accuracy achieve 96% for inception V4 and the plus data augmentations. The final train CNN computed the probability of granuloma and radicular cysts occurring in a digital periapical radiographic image. The separated set of test digital radiograph predicted by the final train CNN was compared to the result produced by two board-certified endodontists. Our CNN model showed 94% for accuracy and 80% and 78% for endodontists with the kappa test 0.831. Several studies show that the suitability or consistency in reading dental radiograph is only between 60 to 70%. In recent years, deep learning algorithms have been used in many areas for classification tests. CNN have been used to classify types of tumor, lungs, infection, retinograph, and malignancy because CNN have a reputation for good performance in classification tests on image. Over the years, there are many variants of CNN architectures have been developed to solve real problems. Like GoogleNet or Inception V1 has a 20 layers deep with the accuracy of 93.3%. Most deep learning algorithms require balanced and large amount of data. Unfortunately, this does not apply to problem in medical informatics, which is most evident is difficult to publish due to data protection, restriction, and ethical concerns, resulting in further imbalance in the data distribution. Accuracy when data augmentation is employed and model constructed using Inception V4 perform tests of accuracy 96% with data augmentation and 69% without data augmentation. Data augmentation helps increasing the data set size and just reduce overfitting. To overcome the imbalance of data entry, we focus only on onto periapical lesion with equal distribution of input data. Our deep learning model is Inception V4 based CNN and NASNet that accepted a periapical radiograph and generated the probability output of gradular and radicular cysts. One example is the Inception architecture that has been shown to achieve very good performance at relative low computational cost. The ultimate goal is to integrate the application with the hospital information system. And the accuracy of the developed CNN was higher to the that endodontist specialist in diagnosing granuloma and radicular cysts based on digital periapical radiograph image. For the conclusion is the initial results are very encouraging and the application is the first of its kind. Granuloma and radicular cysts could be detected based on digital periapical radiographic image using CNN with accuracy superior to that of manual diagnosis by specialists. With further refinement, our CNN has excellent potential to be of benefit in periapical lesion differentiations. Thank you all. This is me and my colleagues, and this is my email. If you have, if you want to maybe collaborate or ask for anything. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adi. The result was fantastic. May I ask you a question about what kind of annotation method do you use for your project here?
Annotations.
Yes, did you do menu contouring or use any segmentation deep learning model to contour the region that you want, like doing masking, producing masking image?
You mean for the lesions?
Yes, yes.
We put all the data from the radiographic image, all the image. So all the image, we do not doing the annotation with the lesion. So the data will direct the CNN focusly on the lesion only.
Oh, so you just simply so you just simply downscale the size of the radiographic images, and maybe you change its format and then simply input them into the model for learning.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Does any one of you have any question for Adi or any comment?
I maybe have one question. So thank you for that. It seems like it's has quite good power for distinguishing the two different clinical conditions. So do you know how it's working? Do you have any idea of what features it's focusing on? Do you know how it's differentiating the two, the cysts from the granuloma?
I don't exactly understand your question. Could you?
I'm just saying, I don't know from the specific method you're using if it shows you, if it highlights specific areas or specific ways in which it can differentiate the two conditions. Like, are there any landmarks, any clinical features? Do you have any idea if there's any, like, does it highlight the image, certain things on certain images that it's using for its differentiation, for its model construction? Or
yes, for the models, they all have the lesions in apical area. So the machine can recognize the same lesions in each radiograph that we put in the systems in the area, like the lesion, the radiolucencies in the apical areas.
But I was just wondering if the process you're using gives you any feedback on how it identifies. So do you have any idea? It's like a black box. You don't know. It just says this one or that one. You don't have any other information.
No, sorry. No, sorry. But all the features of the radiograph have the same. We process with and we focus only on the apical areas. So it differentiation between only in granulomas without any radio opaques around the apical areas in the round lesions.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we move on to the next presenter. Sorry, Adi, may I ask you to stop sharing? Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Wailan Wang. May I ask Ms. Wang to share her screen and start her presentation? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, is this working?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Let me get started. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for coming for my presentation. Today, I'm going to give a presentation on a deep learning model and CTC cells. So searching for the needle in a haystack, deep learning and the recognition of circulating tumor cells. Before I get started, let me introduce you what is CTC. So circulating tumor cells are tumor cells which released from the primary tumor site and to the bloodstream and to the circulation. So let's see from this figure, and here is the primary tumor site. And some tumor cells may have some endothelial change, and this may go inside the bloodstream, and it may land in another location, and then this will be metastasis or recurrence. So we can see that the amount of CTCs is associated with higher risk in recurrence and metastasis. And actually, the amount of CTC in cancer patients is usually very low. Only 1 to 10 CTCs are found in 1 ml of whole blood, compared with billions in red blood cells and white blood cells and other things inside our blood. So in order to use CTC as a biomarker for the prediction or the assessment of the severity of cancer patients, its quantification is very important. There are a few methods that we can use for the CTC quantification, and here I introduce one, the ISET, isolation by size of tumor cells. It is a filtration method which isolates and enriches CTCs by the size of the cell, and the cells can be observed under the microscope. So basically, we know that the tumor cells are usually larger than the white blood cells. So here is kind of like a membrane which randomly located a lot of filter poles. It is larger than the white blood cell, but smaller than the CTCs. It is a relatively simple and cost-effective method. However, the isolation and identification of CTCs from the ISET images is very labor-intensive. We can see this figure from the paper I captured from the paper published by the team which developed this method. And where the arrow pointed, these two are the CTCs. So we can see that it is really difficult for us to find where the CTCs are, and as well as whether it is really a CTC. So in order to use this method in practical practice, we need 2 steps. One is that we've got to find out where are the cells. And second, and we are going to find out whether this cell is a CTC. So in these projects, we are aiming to establish a deep learning model to identify where are the cells. So in here, we have 100 ISET images from oral cavity cancer patients were used, and 70% of them were used for training, and 30% of them were used for testing. However, it's kind of like a cross-fault validation stuff. So we actually, all its 100 cells were used. And the Microsoft Azure Custom Vision was used for the cell detection, and more specifically, we used the objects detection module. Let me introduce you a little bit about the Microsoft Azure in case that you are not very familiar with this platform. This platform is developed by the Microsoft. So it is provide a very relatively simple method for machine learning and deep learning. It is for people who are not very familiar with the coding from the very beginning. So you don't have to do all the codings from the very beginning to the end. They have some pre-established models that we can use. So here in this study, we use the objects detection. Image training images were labeled with cells, filter poles, and fibrin fibers. I will show it in figure 1 later. And the performance of this model was assessed by precision, which is similar to accuracy, recall sensitivity, and average precision. Here is the figure 1. You can see that this is the manually labeled. Actually, I did the labeling here. The labeling of the filter poles, horizontal or vertical, and where the cells are, and including the fibrin fibers. So 100 images like this were fed into the model for training. And this is the result. We can see that in general, the performance of this model is working. However, the performance is not so good. The precision is around 50%. And overall, the recall rate is around 22%. And more specifically, let's have a look on the cells where we are really looking at. The precision for the cell detection is only around 53%, and the recall rate is 22%. Let's have a look on the testing image. Where the red boxes are generated by the Microsoft Azure and the blue ones are drawn by myself. We can see that actually this model still identifies some cells from the older cells here from the background. I'm sorry for that. Here, these are the cells, and it's also identified the filter poles, although they don't really label where they are here. So the cells, the filter poles, and even small fibrin fibers here. However, we can see that even they do find out where are the cells, there are still a lot of other cells that cannot be identified, especially when they were clotted together. And some of the cells, although they have been found, however, the box is not right capture the image of that cell. For example, these two boxes here. And we have been thinking what may be the problem of this model. Basically, this model is working, but the performance is not good enough. Of course, one reason is that 100 training images is not sufficient. We may need more in the future. But however, we can see that while I'm doing these projects, I also find some problems of this method, and that we may need to improve in the future. Firstly, is the enlarged poles. Because the location of the filter poles were totally randomly located, so we are not going to control where they are. Sometimes they may get overlapped. So the diameter of this pole is basically larger than what we designed before. So this may lead to leakage. And secondly, this is the red blood cells. In the menu of the ICES method, the red blood cells should be removed before it really goes through this filter. However, not all the red blood cells were totally removed. And thirdly is the fibrin fibers. That we know that when we are taking blood from real patients and real samples, especially for the patients who is undergoing surgery, their blood clotting is quite often. So firstly, it's not easy to take blood from them, and secondly, they may even have some pre-existing blood clots here. These fibrin fibers covers a lot of the cells. Firstly, it is hard for us to identify even where we are doing the labeling, and secondly, this may also increase the difficulty for the deep learning model to recognize where the cells really are, and where the blue arrows pointing to are actually the cells. And sometimes some cells were trapped inside the filter poles, and this also leads to the difficulty in the identification of the cells. So in conclusion, deep learning may be a good solution for us to find out where the cells are, and this may be a good solution for us to simplify the super weight label intensive ICES image analysis. However, in this study, we show that the performance is generally pretty low, and we need more training images to be labeled to improve the performance. And as we discussed the Microsoft Azure platform before, we can see that the advantage for this platform is that we don't have to do the coding from the very beginning to the end. It is easy for people who are not graduated in the IT background. It is especially good for the medicine medicine students and medicine health workers to use machine learning and deep learning algorithm. However, it's more fixed. It is a fixed CNN model that we are not able to just change the parameters there. So we need a more specific tailored-made machine learning algorithm, which may be required for a more reliable CTC enumeration in the future. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wan. Does anyone of you have any comments and question on Ms. Wan's project?
Hi, hello. I can maybe ask a couple of questions. So I just wondered, so did it take a long time to get those 100 images? So obviously, as you said, 100 is a very low number generally. Would it be possible in the future to get more, do you think, or?
Yes, actually, it is possible for us to get more. But consider this, firstly, we don't have so many oral cavity patients, and this is one limitation. We are a single center study. And secondly, it's mainly because of the limitation in time and resources. However, we are now trying to label more images to improve the performance. Once we get more samples, yes.
Right. So my second question is, it seems that there's red blood cells, the fibrin clot fragments or fibers, and then your CTCs and the filter pores. They're the main things that you are detecting or are visible in your images. So but the pores might be very different if you use a different set of filters. Have you found that? I just wondered, or they all look the same? So they all capture using exactly the same batch, but maybe there's batch to batch variations and different companies' filters might look quite different. Have you found that, or?
Actually, it is quite standard, the filter pores. Of course, the cells varies a lot and along the fibrin fibers, they're just random size and random shape. However, we use this method from one company only. And I don't think that there's another country produce these products. It is under a patent protected.
Oh no, I'm just wondering about that. If there's
yeah. So basically, even under different batches and even under different conditions, at least from the limited images I have in hand, by eyes, they look the same. I'm not quite sure how different they are under the deep learning model, but they usually look the same, yes.
Finally, can I ask, so you said that sometimes the CTCs are in the clots. Is that common or not? Is that like a common observation, or is that just every now and then?
To be honest, it is quite common. Even inside this example here, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12. They may not be CTCs, they may be white blood cells, because we know that the white blood cell is usually smaller than the filter pores. However, while doing the experiments, it may not be exactly the same. Like some people may have a little bit larger white blood cells, and maybe some white blood cells that are just enlarged. Yes, after the immune reaction, everything. So there may be traps there.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? If no, may I ask Ms. Wan to stop sharing the screen, and the next presenter is Hugh Tran.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Tran. May I ask you to share your screen, and you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I'm sharing my screen. So am I well audible?
Yes, yes.
So may I ask, have you seen my screen in full screen?
Yes, yes. You may now start.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Minh Hiếu from Vietnam. I'm an undergraduate student. So today I would like to present my science research with the topic, a Coleman study analysis of shaping ability of two rotary systems. So this is my declaration and these are the contents in my presentation. Let's get started. So in the field of endodontics up till now, continuous file systems have been reported to result in a more center root canal and extrude a lower amount of debris than the stainless steel hand files. Later, the reciprocating system was introduced with a convenient single file system. However, clinicians are still concerned about these two systems' shaping ability, especially at curved canals. So the question for this research is there any difference about the shaping ability between a continuous and reciprocating rotary system at the shaping phase? The hypothesis is that there's no difference. The aims for this study is to evaluate the canal centering ability of the continuous and the reciprocating rotary file system and to compare between these two systems. I'd like to talk about the root canal image evaluation methods. And as you can see here, there are many from 2D to 3D. In this research, we use the Coleman study and the voxel is the unit of the images. Voxel size in our research is 0.075 millimeter, which is one of the most ultimate size in the world endodontic research that gives clearer details and higher accuracy. So let's get to the method summary. The research is conducted on 20 mesial-buccal canal of mandibular first molars, and more than 20 teeth were input at first. Then they got access cavity prepared and Coleman study images acquired. The ones with canal curvature below 15 degrees are eliminated. Then 20 qualified teeth get root canal preparation by a resident doctor with a division into two groups. One is operated with continuous system, which is the ProTapper next, and the other is operated with a reciprocating system, which is Wave 1 Gold. Then we acquire the Coleman study images again with the same positions and same parameters as the preoperative ones. The data is then measured and analyzed at a level of 3 and 6 millimeters from the apex. The sample is selected with the qualifications as follows. And if any tooth meets with any of these unqualified standards, they would get eliminated. These are the equipment from the research, and here on the right, we can see the tray. We stabilize and keep the marks of the teeth by using 3 millimeter thick wax and light body silicone for the same positions of the teeth at both pre-operative and post-operative images. Both the continuous and the reciprocating system use the same endomotor. The image is then analyzed by this method. So first, at the pre-operative images, we detect the first slice that appears the apex. Go through 40 slices to reach the level of 3 millimeter and 80 slices to reach the level of 6 millimeters. Then we measure 4 parameters A, B, C, D, with A indicating the least distance between the mesial borders of the canal and the root, B for distal, C for buccal, and D for lingual borders. We repeat the process with the post-operative images and we measure the A2, B2, C2, and D2. Then we analyze and calculate using Gambler's formulas as follows. And as you can see here, the canal transportation, if the result is 0, it means that there is no transportation. And as for the centering ratio here, if the result is 1, then it means there is no, it means that the centering ability of the system is perfect. So let's discuss. As for the sample, even though the resin teeth are better with the standardization of the canal pathway, in the study, extracted teeth are chosen because resin teeth cannot mimic the dentin microhardness, which is an important factor that affects the shaping ability. The file size and taper were also standardized, and we used the same size 25 for both files, and the taper difference between two groups here is only 1%. We used each rotary system for the whole group which means that 10 times for each file. And it is acceptable regarding the reusability based on research by Park et al. In 2014. So how do we detect the 3mm and 6mm from the apex? So some authors have used the method of using a Guttapercha cone to mark on the tray at a location of 3 and 6mm. However, this can lead to mistakes in detecting the right position as the cone diameter is pretty large and manual work is not very accurate. So in this research, we detect the slice by using Common City software, detect the apex, go through 40 slices and 80 slices to get to the desired positions. As for the results, the differences in mesial-distal and also buccal-lingual transportation between two systems here at both distances are visible, but they are not statistically significant. So the results correspond with those of Cabral et al. And Sabari et al. However, they are different from those of Moazzami, possibly because of the different canal curvature selection. And also here we can see the tendency of the canal deviation at each distance with the positive and negative figures here. So we can see that at 3mm, the canal tend to deviate mesially, and at 6mm, they tend to deviate distally. The same, at 3mm, they tend to deviate buccally, and at 6, they tend to deviate lingually. As for the centering ratio, the difference between two systems at both distances is also not statistically significant. The results correspond with those of Cabral et al. And Sain et al. However, they are different from those of Degoshayi et al., possibly because of the different canal curvature selection in single size. So as for the conclusions, the differences in mesial-distal and buccal lingual transportation at both distances between two systems are not statistically significant. And at the level of 3mm, the canals tend to deviate mesially and buccally. At a level of 6mm, the canals tend to deviate distally and lingually. And the centering ratio at both distances of both groups range from 38 to 52% and shows no statistically significant difference between two systems. So the conclusion is that there is no difference at the shaping ability between the continuous and reciprocating rotary system at the shaping phase regarding the centering ability and canal transportation. So through this study, we don't want to recommend any better system. Our aim is to contribute knowledge regarding the mechanical properties of shaping ability of the rotary system. And also we hope that this research can help clinicians in the choice of their suitable system to their needs and goals. So I would like to say thank you to the Faculty of Odonto Stomatology at my school, especially the Department of Operative Dentistry and Endodontics, my mentors who have been very supportive, Dr. Kwa, Dr. Hun An, Dr. Fu, and Department of Oral Radiology. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and maybe we can exchange more via my email, and I would welcome all the comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chan. Actually, I have a question for you. May I know what is the mini siever did you use here? I mean, in your to take the measurement.
Pardon, you mean the software or?
I mean the dosage of the radiation.
The dosage of the radiation. You mean the parameters of the Cone Beam study, right?
Yes, the Cone Beam study.
Yes. So can you wait me a minute? I did write it down, so I need to take it because there are many. Just a moment. So. So we took this Cone Beam study with the Planmeca Pro Max 3D Classic. It was a field of view of 5 and 5 centimeter, 90 kilovolt, 10 milliampere. Yes, that was the parameters, the figures of the community.
Oh, okay. And but what about the dosage of the radiation?
We didn't record this. We didn't record this figure. Sorry for this.
It's okay. It's okay. And
yes.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up plan to maybe to find the differences between the difference of the two systems?
Pardon? I don't really get your question. Sorry, can you repeat?
Okay. Do you have any plan for the further investigation?
Any
plans?
Any plan for further, right? Okay. Yes. Sure. So as for this study, so we think that Coleman City with this resolution is already a high resolution, but I really want that maybe we can make another study that use the gold standard, that is the micro study, because micro study would provide higher resolution, but they would cost higher, and also they would take longer time to take an image. So maybe I hope that in the future the microcity can fix that disadvantage, and we can do a study with that. And also, as I have mentioned here, that the racine tooth cannot mimic the micro hardness of the teeth, right? But the 3D printing materials in the world now have really developed. So I hope that in the near future, in the next few years, the resin materials for 3D printing can mimic the micro hardness of the teeth, so that we can standardize the canal pathway of all the teeth here in the study. Yes, that is my plan for the future.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions and comments for Ms. Tran? If no, we may go to the next presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Tran. May I ask you to stop sharing your screen?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes.
Thank you. The next presenter is Kei Yuan Sun from the University of Hong Kong. Ms. Sun, may I ask you to share your screen, and you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Haiyuan Sun, and my topic is a comparison of two methods for the detection of circulating tumor cells in patients with oral cavity cancer. Oh, sorry. Okay. And my presentation will be in this following 4 different parts. And according to the Hong Kong data in 2017, oral cancer is the 10th most common cancers in males. Of oral cavity cancer cases, approximately 90% are squamous cell carcinoma. This type of cancer cells arises following mutation and dysregulation of epithelial stem cell function within mucosal tissue. Despite the advances in therapeutic approaches, percentages of morbidity and mortality of OSCC have not improved significantly during the last 30 years. More distinctly, half of the number of patients with OSCC might die within 5 years of the detection of disease. In addition, the high rate of cancer metastases suffered by oral cancer patients is also a problem that needs to be faced. The cervical lymph node metastasis has been a well-known route for the spread of oral cancer. But even when the neck dissection, the chance of recurrence still persists in the patients. CTC might play an important role in the spread of cancer. Circulating tumor cells are cancer cells that have shed into the vasculature or from a primary tumor and are carried around the bodies in the blood circulation. CTCs can extravasate and become seeds for the subsequent growth of additional tumors. Therefore, the detection and analysis of CTC may assist early patients' prognosis and determine the suitable tailored treatments. And CTC are extremely rare and various in different types of tumors. They might appear as single cells or a cluster of cancer cells. We might only find one CTC in a milliliter of blood among 6 million other blood cells. Its size ranges from 7 micrometer to 25 micrometer, and is generally larger than blood cells or normal tissue cells. The nucleus is large, and the ratio of nucleus to cytoplasm is large, and the release rate of CTC from the primary tumor is difficult to estimate. The survival time of the CTC is also hard to estimate, as these cells might be subjected to mechanical damage and stress in the blood circulation. CTC flowing in the bloodstream is also heterogeneous in the morphology and expression of surface antigen. Most of the CTC might also acquire EMT phenotype to increase invasive and properties to survive in the blood circulation. So cancer metastasis is leading cause of cancer-related death. Detecting CTC is extremely necessary and valuable to improve the treatment of cancer. So our hope to investigate a feasible, cheap, simple, and fast way to detect CTCs in OSCC patients. About our samples. Blood samples from 10 patients with histologically confirmed oral cavity cancer treated at Queen Mary Hospital in Hong Kong were collected. Our patient gave written informed consent to participate in our study. And our project prospectively tested for the presence of circulating tumor cell at 4 different time points. At baseline, which is just before the administration of anesthesia for surgical resection of tumor, during surgery at the point when the tumor has been resected, and on post-operative days 1 and 7. The location of our oral cancer the location of our oral patients is different in each area. We have optimized 2 methods in detecting CTCs. The first one is iFISH. Once whole blood samples were collected, cells such as RBC platelets were depleted. A second selection step will subject a sample rich in tumor-derived cells with fluorescent immunostaining. Cells with aneuploidy of chromosome 8 are further categorized using fluorescent immunostaining, enabling subtyping into CTCs. And white blood cells will be stained by CD45+, DAPI+, but CTC will be stained by CD45- and DAPI+. Another method is ISAT. Isolation by size of epithelial tumor cell by using a membrane designed with holes. Directly enrichment of epithelial cells using filtration and size exclusion. Principle is that the CTC is usually larger, and the smaller cells such as leukocytes and red blood cells will flow through the holes, whereas larger tumor cells are captured on the membrane. And the result about the number of CTCs detected using 2 different methods is shown in this screen. It can be noticed that iFISH has shown greater sensitivity and was able to detect a high number of CTCs in the blood samples. After calculation, the total number of isolated CTC of iFISH is 272, and the total number of CTC isolated of ISAT is just 60. And only around 25% of CTC were isolated using ISAT compared with when using iFISH. From the current experiments, iFISH has shown better performance in detection. These results reveal that iFISH provided more detailed data than microfiltration, which is ISAT. The ISAT procedure is very simple with just H&E staining, and it is possible to clearly identify cellular structures. But for iFISH, are stained fluorescently, cellular component cannot be identified. In addition, ISAT slides can be stored well at low temperature. At this point, iFish slides may need to face the situation of signal decompose. About the difference of two methods in processing sample, using ISAT is recommended to process the sample within 4 hours after the blood is drawn. And before using iFish, the blood can be retained at the room temperature for up to 48 hours. Therefore, the iFish method allows batch processing. And when using the ISAT method, the sample must be processed almost immediately after the sample is collected. In terms of slide scans and cell counts, due to the numerous type rays on the filter, artificial intelligence cannot currently be applied to rate and identify the cells on the filter. However, due to the use of fluorescent dyes to scan cells, iFish can automatically scan slides and perform cell counts without manual intervention. This picture shows CTC using iFish stained with CEP8 and DAPI. Slides can be scanned and cell counted by artificial intelligence, but it can be seen that cell component cannot be clearly identified. Thus, this technology may not reassure clinicians with definite diagnosis. And this picture is using ISAT detected the CTCs and stained with H&E. Through the picture can clearly identify cellular structure and use personal discretion in the identification of CTCs. So based on our research, it can be noticed that iFish showed a better capacity in detect CTC on OSCC patients and microfiltration, which is ISAT, and proven prognostic relevance in malignant tumor. Accurate enumeration of CTC may be a clinically useful tool in the management of OSCC, aid in the reduction of false negative diagnosis. That's all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Sang. Any comment and question for Ms. Sang?
Hello, is there any question?
Yes, sorry, had a computer malfunction there. Thanks very much for your talk. I just was wondering, has this approach been used for CTCs from other cancers?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes. So you were just looking at the oral ones. You didn't think to supplement or to increase the sample size or the power of your study by using other CTCs from other sources or other clinical conditions?
Actually, I think CTCs is not that really relevant with only one cancer. It's not because it's heterogeneous, and we cannot predict which cancer. We cannot predict this CTC is come from which cancers, because we all know that cancer may be maybe will move, maybe will yes, you know what I mean. Metastasis. Yeah.
But I meant if you because obviously your sample size is quite small. So I think, was there any significance in your results or not enough sample for significance?
Yes, for the currently, maybe we will consider about to use more other samples.
Right. Thanks.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Sang. And I have one question for you. It seems up to now you have found a way to identify circulating tumor cells without manual annotation that can be done by cytologists. Maybe in the future you will scan the cytology slide or take images of them. I mean, take the images of your sample for the deep learning analysis, right?
Yes.
Yes. So may I ask you to share a study pipeline for deep learning analysis?
Yes. Actually, for now, we just use it to scan the slides to counting the cells number. In the future, we may use more the baseline. May use more sample to do in the deep learning and machine learning or some relative research. And for now, we only can use a artificial technology in the iFish. Even we can now that successfully to use artificial technology, identify the ISAT. So maybe this is a future work, I think.
Thank you so much. Any questions and or comments? Luke, thank you so much, you all. Thank you, Dr. Ward. Thank you, all the presenters, and thank you for the tech team and our helpers. Thank you so much. And maybe we can see you guys next year.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.